remind everybody of the evacuation response. If there is an emergency and we need to vacate, please evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery behind me should be taking direction from our security colleagues, and council, please follow me as we vacate the space. After evacuating the room, please proceed down a stairwell and go to the ground level, evacuating the emergency exit doors, and go to the muster point. Please do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. If there's anybody here with limited mobility, please identify themselves either to security or myself, and on the screen shows you where the muster point. Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Just before, Roxy, can you just confirm that you can hear and see me, please?
Okay, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order, and we'll do Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Absent.
Yeah, Councillor Stevenson is absent, and she let me know as well. Councillor Paquette.
Morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Carmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Got it. Okay. We are on to our first item on the agenda, time specific, 7/5/2024 Independent Council Compensation Committee final report. And we want to thank the committee for your work. Thank you so much for joining us. We will over to the compensation review committee for a presentation, and then we'll open for questions from colleagues. And once again, on behalf of City Council, thank you so much for your work and stepping up to undertake this review. Sue, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of Council. And I can say on behalf of the committee, it was our...
Can you move a little close to the mic, please?
Okay.
There we go.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us here this morning. And let me say on behalf of the committee that we are honored to be able to serve in this capacity here. So we were appointed with a very specific mandate. And I just want to review that briefly, if I may. And do I have control of this? I don't see where to do that. Okay, can you move forward, please? Thank you. Yeah. We were asked specifically to look at salary levels and rate and manner of escalation, to look at the benefits that are received by council, members of council, and making sure that everything is comparable with other jurisdictions, so we don't get too far out of line there in that regard. So we also were asked for a recommendation on the frequency of future compensation reviews. And I can just say in that regard that the standard has been that it's every other term of council, which would be every 8 years. This particular review is an interim one between when that 8-year interval would have occurred. It's because the committee in 2020 saw a great deal of uncertainty and made some very specific recommendations that resulted in a freeze for 2 years of that interval, and they felt that another review was necessary in the short term then just to look at this. So that's why we're having this in 2024 rather than in 2028. So if you could move to the next slide, please. Yes, and here are our specific mandate issues here that we were asked to fulfill. And I think I don't need to dwell on these. I think you provided them and prepared them. I don't need to comment anymore on these, so I'll ask you to move to the next slide. We'll try and move through this quickly. In terms of the salaries, our basic recommendation is that there would be no change to the base salaries of the mayor and councillors, and that we would continue to use the average weekly earnings index of Alberta wage earners to make annual salary adjustments. And I can say that within the committee, we had some fairly strenuous debates and discussions on this. And I think the key factor that played into our decision to not recommend any changes was based on comparable jurisdictions. And if you look at our report, we have some figures in there that show where the city of Edmonton stands vis-a-vis other major cities in Canada. And you will see that we are near the top of that range. They're all very close, I'm going to say. And we felt that any change would not be required or appropriate given that circumstance. It probably could have the potential to backfire on council even to see changes there. So we are recommending that they be kept at the current level. And we did look at some alternatives to the average weekly earnings, which is Statistics Canada index published. It's published monthly. And we felt that the average weekly earnings would continue to be the best indicator that would put you on a comparable basis with other Albertans in that regard. So the basics there would be no changes. Next slide, please. Comparing benefits with other jurisdictions is a bit complex because they're all a little bit different. And, you know, is Edmonton being suitably generous and providing adequate benefits? I think at the end of the day, we felt that yes, these have been looked at carefully, and some members of this committee have been part of previous committees looking at them as well, and there have been some adjustments made in previous reviews, and generally we thought that they were appropriate and should continue. The one thing that we did recommend is that there be an additional benefit added, and that be workers' compensation insurance. And we noted that number one, other city employees are covered by workers' compensation, and that other councils, I'm not going to say most, but it's probably true, most in Alberta would be covered, and we think that that coverage would be beneficial and appropriate, both for councillors and for the city to protect it in the event that there are any major issues that arise out of your work as councillors here. So that would be the single major change that is being recommended by this committee. Next slide, please. And again, that the practice of reviewing compensation every 2 terms be followed with the proviso that if there are some significant circumstances that arise either economically or politically or any unforeseen circumstances that might make this appropriate and necessary, that an interim review could be undertaken, and that would have to be a decision of council then, if that were to be happening. And next slide. And so, yeah, this is our report and recommendations, and if there are questions, happy to try to address those.
Thank you so much once again for the presentation as well as the work. This item was selected by Councillor Knack, so we'll start with Councillor Knack, and the council members have questions as well. So,
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. So, yeah, and thank you so much for all the work that went into this. I appreciate all the time looking at the list of all the meetings. I'm sure it was not an easy body of work, because this has been going on quite a bit. So, just a few questions for me, having gone through this a few different times. You mentioned when you were sort of comparing base salary, the challenges is that it's not necessarily a direct one-to-one amongst all municipalities. Some municipalities have different pensions, some municipalities have different, allowances in different areas. And so I guess I just wanted to double check, when you were doing those comparisons and looking at trying to determine base salary, are you solely looking at other councils, or do you, I know in some of the written comments there's questions around how this compares to private sector or anything like that. So how do you combine all of those factors, recognizing we'll never get, folks in this role are never going to get paid like they would in the private sector. I don't think that's why people go into this role, but I just want to know how you factor that type of information with other councils' information and then ultimately make your recommendation.
Our focus on those comparisons was with other elected officials, not on private sector. I think that's all I can say.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
We did not extensively look at private sector benefits.
Yeah, and I think it's less to use that to inform the recommendation, but I think sometimes there's, I've been doing this a while now, and okay. I think anytime council wages are talked about, there's always going to be a chorus of some folks who are like, oh, they should get paid zero, which is probably not a realistic scenario, and you haven't made that recommendation to be at zero. But I think sometimes being able to just paint that picture and show, so through these reports, and I'm wondering if that's something that, again, not for this report, but in the future, is there value in even being able to show people that kind of information when these types of reports are being done about like how it actually differs from public sector, private sector, and how that all comes into play? I'm not necessarily, again, I'm not looking for a change in this report. I'm just curious if you feel that if there's value in that type of conversation.
Yes, of course, there's value in that conversation. I wouldn't dispute that.
Yeah.
But I think your original point, or the point you made earlier, in that it's not why people enter into politics, and you're never going to get that full comparability. I recognize that private sector people are going to be better compensated than you are, and that you are all probably making economic sacrifices to serve here. Mm-hmm. And we appreciate that. Yeah.
Is more a question around how we make sure, when we're talking about this, I mean, this is a process that's been going on since 2000, and I think it's an excellent process. The independence of it is I think, critical to it. Not many spots do it quite like this. I'm always just trying to think about how we better communicate that information to Edmontonians, because as there always is when we have this discussion, there will always be a news story, and then you always get a set of emails from folks that say like, here's our feedback on this, and then what I love to do is I share, hey, this has been an independent process since 2000. Here's all of the reports, you can read them for yourselves, but to be able to try to help make sure folks have a full sense of where we're at, but appreciate that. I think the only other question I had for you relates to the average weekly earnings piece. So appreciate you put in that chart about sort of where things are at, the average change since 2013. And so I just wanted to fully understand that. So essentially the reason you continue to use average weekly earnings is because base might be a little higher in some areas. So if you have this, which appears to be the lowest of the 5 indicators that you compared, that sort of helps balance that maybe against what you see, or are there other factors that you would flag for us?
It's a widely used indicator for this purpose. And if you picked a different time period, you might find that those comparabilities were different as well.
Sure.
I wouldn't say that average weekly earnings is always going to lag.
Okay, good, yeah.
There might be circumstances in which it is higher than, for example, consumer price index, which has been very high in the last several years. So,
Perfect. No, that's great. Should I move the recommendation? I don't know. Do you know? I can move that.
Yep.
Perfect. So moved.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tang?
Oh, second?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Tang seconded, so we have, okay, a recommendation on the floor. Sorry, Councillor Tang, go ahead now.
Great. Thank you very much, Paul, for the presentation, and to all your committees for what I thought was a really solid report. You had a lot of information you had to sift through, and I'm so interested in some of your rigorous debates. And then you came out with this recommendation, I think is really sound, so I really support that. I also thought some of your charts, including figure 4 about the escalation rate for councillor salaries, I was actually surprised that councillors and management have some of the lowest escalation rate at the local government level, and I think that's often misrepresented in the public, and so I think having some of your information here is really helpful, so thank you for that. I'm curious because have any of you done this before with like setting elected officials' salaries?
yes, 2 members of our committee had served on previous committees, including myself.
For City of Edmonton or for
Yeah,
other?
No, for the city of Edmonton.
Okay, so you have some of that experience already.
Yes.
But otherwise, I'm just assuming average Edmontonians with an interest in this and with some experience and adding that lens. And then what I was wondering, and the report also talks about, you've noted the increasing complexity of a councillor's role. I'm wondering, can you define that a little bit more? Just, I mean, I know what that means, but it would be helpful if the public knows.
I'm not sure I can define it well. I would say the increasing complexity arises from the higher level of urbanization that we see in every country of the world today, and that the cities are given a lot of responsibilities in managing that. And in Canada, for sure, they are very limited in terms of their tax base, in terms of what they can rely on for funding that, which makes your job very challenging.
So managing sort of a limited finances within kind of rapidly changing phase of cities and the demographic and the issues.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that's very reflective. And then just on the WCB, I think that's a really sound recommendation. And did you say you compare this to other cities in Alberta?
Yes, and I think we listed some of the other cities there where we were aware that they have that coverage. I'm not sure if we would have comprehensive knowledge on every city in the province.
Okay, no, that's okay. But do you know why historically we haven't had WCB at the city?
No, I don't.
Okay, I don't know if
Well,
the clerks will have.
it might be that you're not considered employees,
Okay.
for example. I don't know.
I guess I'm just curious if it ever came up in past evaluation for compensation.
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, okay.
Because I have been a member of some previous committees, and I don't believe that
Oh, interesting.
came up.
Do you want to, FC, you want to say something?
I can help with that. So the reason council does not have WCB coverage is by way of the operation of the act. It excludes you unless you ask for it.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think that's all my just lingering curiosities. Thank you very much for all the work you've done on this.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the work, and I really appreciate, and I think it's good practice to have the group of citizens determining and analyzing what elected officials are paid instead of us making those decisions, right? But I do have one question that is kind of lingering out in the public, but also in my mind, and there has been some coverage about that in the media, is the growing kind of, it's a small gap, but it's a growing gap between the salary of the City of Edmonton mayor and the salary of the City of Calgary mayor. I understand that prior to 2019, the salaries were same, but Edmonton decided to freeze salaries for 3 years. Calgary decided to freeze for 4 years, and that has created that gap in the base salary. Is my understanding correct on that?
I think it was 3 years in Calgary and 2 years in Edmonton.
All 3 years, okay. So
Yeah,
that
but-
1 year
yeah,
extra.
so that was what, in 2017, there was another interim review that occurred as a result of the changes to the Income Tax Act, where elected officials in Canada were no longer given the option or the opportunity to have a portion of their salaries
Yes.
tax exempt. And at that time, that committee also recommended some adjustments that would have brought Edmonton and Calgary salaries for mayor and council into alignment, exact alignment.
Yeah.
And then with the freeze in Calgary and the 2 years in Edmonton, I know were based on recommendations from an independent committee at that time. I'm going to guess that the same was true in Calgary.
Yeah.
And so they were following independent advice on those, and it resulted in that divergence then.
Any suggestion to, like, what can we do to, kind of what we can do to to close that gap? Because if the weekly earnings are the same for both Edmonton and Calgary, that gap will continue to grow. That's my concern. The base salary gap will continue to grow over time, right? So any suggestions to correct that?
Yeah, both cities rely on the average weekly earnings for their escalator, so either Calgary would have to increase their salary slightly, or Edmonton decrease theirs slightly to bring them back into alignment. And you probably have no control over what Calgary does, so
No.
you would have to decrease yours slightly then if you wanted to see that perfect alignment again.
Right, I know there's a few $1,000 difference between both mayors, right? And so let me ask you this. I want to respect the independence and your recommendations. Like, if I were to look at adjusting that through a motion, what would they, like, how would committee react to that? Would you be agreeable, not agreeable, like amenable, is amenable the right word? Amenable, right, to that option, or like, would you say no, respect of recommendations, and you know, maybe future compensation committee could look at that?
Well, if you leave it for future committees, that's probably leaving it for 8 years.
Yeah, that's a long time, yeah.
I can say personally, I would not have a problem seeing the mayor's salary adjusted. I think I would have difficulty seeing the councillors' salaries adjusted. I think they are at a level that is a little marginal in terms of attracting appropriate candidates already, and I don't think you want to see that.
No, and I agree with you. I think retention and attraction for good folks to run for councillor positions is becoming a challenge. So I would not want to touch that at all. But I think mayor's salary is still relatively, attractive enough for people to step up, right? So let me think about that. Because I would like to figure that out on that. Okay. What would that, like, I'm running out of time because I would need another, I'm done with conclusion, but I would like to figure out some.
Would you like another round, Mayor?
Yes.
I'll move another round.
Second.
Okay, another round moved by Counselor Knack, seconded by Counselor Wright. Please vote on another round.
Yes.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. We're just waiting for one more. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And Mayor, would you like to go on with another line of questioning? Or I see Counselor Tang's on the board. Would you?
Okay, I just have one question just raised just now. For the next review will be in 8 years. Do you think that's a reasonable timeline? Because that feels very far away. A lot can happen in 8 years. If I look back, just even in the last 4 years, with the pandemic, economically, lots have happened. I'm just thinking, you know, if the next review is 8 years, or has the committee talked about that timeline, and what was the discussion like?
Well, your salaries do get adjusted annually by the average weekly earnings. So you are kept in line with other Albertans in that 8-year interval. And if there are circumstances, you referred to pandemic or something like that happening, I would say that would certainly be an appropriate trigger for an interim review. That could happen at the end of your next term, or it could happen in the middle of a term even, I presume. So I think given the recommendation is for 2 terms with the option, if there are circumstances that arise, that you can do it on an interim basis. And I think I would say that's probably still appropriate.
Okay, that's helpful, yeah, because it does come up time to time, and it made me wonder, like, you know, if we say we're reviewing this kind of on a regular cadence, regular basis, just to demonstrate, you know, certainly demonstrate like diligence. You know, I wonder if we'll kind of just in response to some of the public inquiries on this. I don't know, but I appreciate your answer, and I think that's very thoughtful. Thank you.
Do I still have the chair?
No, sorry.
Okay.
Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. So I know your analysis took into account benefits and pension and things like that. But that isn't reflective in some of the figures that you've provided, correct? It's just, that is just the base salary. It doesn't compare what those, I'm thinking car allowance, Calgary's is higher, things like that.
The comparisons that you're seeing there are base salary. I don't know that, I'm not sure how easily done a broader comparison would be to put it into a single dollar value.
Okay, okay. And then, yeah, I was also looking at transition allowances and things like that as well. But, okay, I just wanted to clarify that that is just the base salary that's being compared there in that. And then looking at those other, so pensions and benefits, what about things like the ward budgets? Because there's things that maybe a councillor or a mayor might use their budgets for rather than paying personally, but some might pay, like a ticket to an event might pay personally because they've got a smaller ward budget. Was any of that considered, like the budgets?
We did not consider that part of our mandate.
Okay.
So no, we did not look at that.
Okay.
But just to close the loop, we did provide the previous independent review that was done on the budgets.
Mm-hmm.
The task force report, we did provide that, but again, that was outside the remit of this committee.
Right, yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I heard my colleague ask the WCB insurance coverage. So to get some clarification, and then those coverage, what's the timeline and for those coverage?
For when it would be implemented?
Yes, and then is only apply and to the member of council who are in duties, or so how that apply? I know the WCB may have lots of details there. Just want to get sense, and because this is not regular employment, this is just 4 years term. Elected official. So what's the timeline to apply those type of benefits?
Well, we are making a recommendation that this coverage be made available, and whether you accept that and when that would be implemented, I would say would be your decision at council. I think we kind of presume that there would be a motion here before the end of this calendar year that would adopt some of these recommendations, but that is not for us to determine, and so I'm going to say it's back in your court as to whether or when these get accepted and implemented.
Councillor Rice, this is Michelle Pliff. I have one of my lawyers, Justin Berry, on the line. I think what you're getting at is a timeline if we apply. So I'll ask, pardon me, Justin to answer that.
Morning, Council. On application to the board to have councillors covered, it would have to be approved by the board. I don't know what the board's process is or the timing in which that approval would occur. Once that approval were in place and policy coverage was made available pursuant to the legislation, it would cover workers while engaged in the business of the municipality. So that would give you a sense of the scope of the coverage once in place. But in terms of the specific timing from application to approval to being in place, that would be more the purview of the board's administrative process rather than a specific legislative timeline.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
So, Aileen, if I want to kind of close that gap, right, I would amend the motion that is moved by Councillor Knack, right?
You could do a couple of different things. So the first recommendation there, and I appreciate it's already on the floor, is to speak to the application for WCB. The second motion there, all contained within the single motion, is to amend the policy. If you wanted to pass or ask council to amend this to add a part 3, I think that would be completely in order. And then if councillors want to vote on all 3 independently or individually, that's absolutely fine. Whatever works for you. Or you can do it after the fact as a subsequent. It doesn't impact the policy, so it's up to the chair.
Yeah, so and I'm the chair, so I will suggest that my suggestion for the cleanest would be that it's a move to amend this motion on the floor, Mayor Sohi, and then we can vote on the amendment, and then I, as the chair, would still like, people can vote on the amendment how they like, but we'll vote on this as one.
Okay, so okay, I will then move
To add part 3?
Part 3. Oh, where is that? Okay. I send the wording. Here it is. That the annual base salary for the position of Mayor of Edmonton City Council be reduced from $216,585 to $213,737 to align with the base salary for the position of Mayor City of Calgary effective December 15th, 2024.
Second.
And just to quickly explain, as I tried to do that to my questioning to Paul, and my worry is that if we don't close this gap, it will continue to grow because the annual increases are based, both for Calgary and Edmonton, are based on the same formula. So adjusting this base will ensure that that we are aligned for the long term for both mayor's position of Calgary's mayor's position and Edmonton's mayor position moving into the future. And the discrepancy was created by that misalignment of 2-year freeze and 3-year freeze, right? So, and I would like to, and I appreciate that the chair of the Independent Review Commission is amenable to this change, because otherwise, I don't want to politicize this. I think otherwise I would have respected the recommendations from the commission, the independent commission. So that's the rationale. Yeah.
Thank you for the introduction, Mayor Sohi. Now we're just going to focus on the amendment. Councillor Knack, questions on the amendment?
Sorry, just to speak.
Okay, are there any questions on the amendment? Okay, speaking to the amendment, please go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Rutherford. The heart is in the right place for this motion, and I appreciate the mover's intent of the amendment. But for the same reason that I have always not entertained these options, I cannot support this. And I'll explain a few reasons why. So yes, we did just hear in our discussion today that the chair of the committee is amenable to this. But to be clear, that's not the recommendation of the committee. And I think that's a really important distinction. For 24 years, we have had an independent process that is designed to be this way to ensure that we do everything possible not to be seen to be politicizing something that can quickly become political. Because I've seen it over and over and over again. So and the reason this motion is even being entertained is because the city of Calgary, outside of their independent committee process, voted to freeze their salaries for 2 years, followed by a separate recommendation from their independent committee. So they chose to politicize an independent process. Again, their hearts were probably in the right place, but the minute we start changing and amending an independent process is the time that you then give permission to start politicizing every aspect of a system that has been, I think, really as good as it can be. And I'll come back to this piece, is that, you know, over the years, I've received a lot of correspondence from folks when it comes to council wages. Every time there's a story, I'm sure there'll be one today, people will reach out and offer their opinions on what councillors get paid. And what I do is I send them a link to the websites and all of the reports, and I say, please go through this and understand how this process works. And then I always follow it up with, if you think there's a better process, a better independent process to remove as much opportunity for politicization of something like this, please let me know what that is, and I will bring that up at the next meeting when we have this discussion. Do you want to know how many recommendations I've received of a better solution in 11 years? 0. Why? Because I actually think this independent process is so well done that it actually does really help give us permission to say this is a really well done and thoughtful process. So I hear you, Mayor Sohi. Your heart is in the right place. I know why you are doing this, but I actually very much worry if we approve this, we send the message that we are willing to intervene in a process, whether for the right reasons or the wrong reasons, but any reason to intervene is creating a challenge. The final piece, and this sort of ties to the overall motion, so I don't want to speak to it too much, but it is going to tie to this amendment here, is that even this effective date is within this term. And why does that matter? Is that because typically when we've had these conversations over the last 25 years, the recommendations take effect for the next council. Meaning we are not actually voting on our own salaries, we are voting on the salaries for future councils, whoever happens to be fortunate enough to sit in these seats. And that's an important distinction as well. So any change to this, to what we're doing within the term, actually creates a situation where, again, we're opening up that opportunity to start politicizing. And the final comment, and I'm going to tie this back to when council in Edmonton had our salaries frozen. Again, that wasn't city council looking to intervene in the process. That was asking the independent commission to say, we think there's some pretty unique circumstances with the average weekly earnings of Albertans. Can you give us that recommendation? And they are the ones that made the recommendation to freeze for 2 years. So again, removing ourselves, even though that was a change within our existing time, within our existing term, it was a unique circumstances that was recommended by the committee. So all of which to be said is that I can never support altering this process, because the minute you crack that door open, you give permission for whoever's in these seats anytime in the future to do the same. And that's what is the flaw that we have in some of the other orders of government that don't do this process. I think we have a great process that's been in place for 25 years. Let's continue to leave it as is. Let's respect how our independent commission came to this. So I cannot support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair for a moment?
I have the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I went back and forth on this because I completely see the intention. I don't think it's political. I think it's just pragmatic in terms of our most comparable city is Calgary. But I think that Councillor Knack brought up some really good context about how this gap has been created by them politicizing their decisions. That being said, I don't think that's such a nuance. I'm not sure Edmontonians see that. But I think for me, the deal breaker that Councillor Knack mentioned was the effective date of December 15th, because I think that is absolutely true, that we should never be making that decision. We should be making it for future councils, whether we're in those seats or not. So that's a principle that I absolutely agree with. That being said, I did want to come on the board to also say I would welcome a subsequent, though, because I hear what the mayor is getting at in terms of the continued growing gap. So if every year there's an annual adjustment based on the weekly earnings, over time, that gap between, which seems small now, will become bigger and bigger. And if we're not having another independent compensation committee meeting, a group convene for another 8 years, that could be quite a significant amount depending on how inflation plays out over the next 8 years. And then I can see Edmontonians saying, if all of a sudden it's $20,000 difference between the mayor's salary and in Edmonton and Calgary, we're going to have a harder time explaining that the council of the time in 6 years from now. So I would welcome a subsequent that talks about maybe the convening of a council compensation committee specifically for that purpose in 4 years' time, or something of that effect. I also think that the compensation commission, well, they did a great job. I think there are a lot of contexts that we've left out of this report. I think about how, we're compared to other councils across the Canada, but some of those councils have 22 council members. We have 13, right? So I think there's other factors that we need to be considering, and I think that direction needs to be given to the compensation committee. And I really do have apprehensions about going another 8 years, and I think making sure that gap is one of the focuses of any subsequent would be something I would welcome. Thank you. And I take the chair back, Councillor Paquette.
I return the chair.
Thank you. With that, Mayor Sohi, would you like to close?
Yeah, I know I had a number of conversations with colleagues about this over the last week or so, right? And I thought really hard whether to bring this forward or not, and I explored what options are available. So one option was, okay, we refer it back and get the independent commission to study this, and that would have not only delayed this process, but probably would have cost more money than what this is going to save, right? So I think I struggled with that. But I also felt that I need to respond to this because there has been quite a coverage of the disparity between Edmonton mayor salary and Calgary and other jurisdictions. I think Calgary is the right comparison within the same province. Our complexity are the same, responsibilities are the same, and intergovernmental responsibilities are basically the same because we're dealing with the same government, both at provincial and federal level, because being both cities in Alberta. So I thought, that would be probably the right comparison to look at. I wouldn't have brought this forward if there was other ways to correct this quickly, and I worry that 8-year time frame is quite long, and the gap will continue to grow, and this question will continue to linger out there in the public's mind and also in the media's mind, because it's a legitimate question. Like the question being raised by the public and the media is a very legitimate question, like why the base salary be different for mayors of both cities. That's why I'm responding to this. That's why I asked this question to the chair as well, right? If there's a reasonable approach to take, right? I hope council consider this request from me. My intent is absolutely not to criticize this at all, right? But this is the only way I thought was the most cost-effective and expedited way to deal with that. So I would encourage colleagues to support this and bring it in line with Calgary. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is defeated. So we will go back to the main motion, and I will return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So we have a main motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? Okay. I see no one to speak. Councillor Knack to close.
Maybe not a ton more to add. Just wanted to first say thanks for that thoughtful conversation. I appreciate why it was a tight vote, always challenging on that. Just again, I think I want to offer this last piece, which is, again, I think this has been a really great process that's been in place for a very long time in the city of Edmonton, and something that I think all elected representatives should be following. I think it's the only way to give the best opportunity for the least amount of bias to enter into a very awkward conversation. And again, I think I just want to remind folks one last time that remembering what we do here is making decisions for whoever's sitting in the future chairs. And I know I touched a little bit on that in the amendment, but I think it's always a good reminder for us that this isn't about us making decisions about what we get paid. This is making decisions about whoever happens to be here in the future. And that's an important distinction to make because these are not always the easiest jobs, and yet I also know, there's always going to be some public sentiment that, folks in this job shouldn't get paid anything or should get paid very little, solely for the love of the job. And I think we're all here because of the love of the job and the love of public service. But I also think it's important that we remind each other that part of why we look through this is that, when I first, long before I was here at this seat, I remember it seemed more common that the folks that were sitting at this table were often those who were maybe at the later stages in their careers, You know, a lot of times it wasn't uncommon to have folks who maybe had some higher paying careers and they could almost take a pay cut, if you will, because they were at the end of the career to commit their time to public service. In order to provide opportunities for people from all backgrounds to participate in this democratic process, to be at this table, I think it's important that we have compensation that can somewhat reflect the need that we want to make sure everyone has a chance to participate. And so that's what I've always enjoyed about this process, is trying to find that balance. And I think we've seen over time, and we even heard it today in the responses from our chair, who again, I want to thank our chair and everyone on the committee, is that there is that challenge that if you start making too many adjustments, you create a situation where it can be hard to encourage people to put their name forward. Even though I think everyone who chooses to put their name forward is doing it for the love of service, there still needs to be an opportunity to make sure that they're able to go through their day-to-day lives. So I'm excited about this set of recommendations. I think if there's a desire at some point to say instead of every 8 years, go every 4 years, that's maybe a conversation we should have. I think there were some good comments around that piece, but in the meantime, I'm glad that we continue to maintain the independence of this process, and I think I encourage everyone to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes. We have all the votes.
Okay. Here you go. It's carried. Okay. All right. So I know Councillor Rutherford was referring to a subsequent, right? Councillor Rutherford, you want to contemplate that? Or you can think about it, we can come back.
Yeah, as long as we do it before the end of
Okay.
the meeting.
Just to confirm, would you expect the delegation from the Independent Council Compensation Committee to be available to answer questions about that subsequent, or is it?
I don't think I wouldn't, because if I'm envisioning it, it's just more direction for the next compensation committee.
Yeah.
So that would be, do you think that they would need to be around for that, clerk?
If it's, or you got the idea, right? So why don't we just make
We
it
can
now?
craft, if you say what you're
craft.
thinking, I'm happy to craft something on the fly and see if that meets your expectation.
Sure. I think just in the intent of my speaking to the mayor's amendment, I think 8 years is too long, so I'd like to have another compensation committee meet in 4 years, so once a term essentially, and that committee would specifically look at Calgary and Edmonton mayor salaries, as well as other contexts around salary compensation, such as number of council members when doing cross-regional comparisons.
So just so that I'm understanding the intention, so the motion that was just passed changed the review date of the policy from
Well, it took the date out.
So the motion that just passed says that we'll do this again in 8 years, and if you're wanting to change that, can I just confirm that that's your request?
No, it's okay. That will be out of order then.
It's fine if you're, I
No,
think.
it's okay. It's okay. We can move on.
And we can craft, we can have an offline conversation because every council provides us advice about the next ICCC.
Exactly. And I can always, like, later down the road, any councillor can make a motion to set up this committee at any time. So it doesn't need to be done today.
Okay, got it. Good, thanks. Okay, thank you, everyone, and also to the committee. Thank you so much for your work. Really appreciate that. Yeah. We have a second item, right? here we are. We have 9.3, second time of business. Okay, can someone move that we go on camera, please?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
Quick point of order.
Oh, sorry.
Wanted to go in private for this item and then finish yesterday's item as well in private, so we're not bouncing in and out.
Yeah,
That would be helpful.
that'll be helpful. Okay, we'll do that. We'll remain to finish that off. Thanks.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, just on that point of order, do you mean yesterday's item, but also the rest of the private?
No, just the private portion of
Okay.
7.1,
7.1.
4.
The first item.
Because then we'll
one.
still have to bounce back to the rest of the private items.
Yeah, we'll follow that order.
Okay.
I think as we go. Yeah. Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we'll give you a couple of minutes.
Yeah, if you could just give us a
now rather than at the beginning of the meeting for budget. So happy coincidence in the long run. Short-term pain for long-term gain.
We are in public.
Okay, great. So I am going to go to Councillor Knack, please, as the person that selected these items.
Yes, thank you. So I think we're starting with the referral on 7172. We want to start there?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that. Yep.
Let's take care of 7172,
That's sort of what I
7374,
was
then we'll
thinking.
get
Yep.
to 712.
Yep, so I'll move that the following items be referred back to administration and to refer to the December 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 2024 City Council budget meeting, 7.1 and 7.2.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councillor Knack, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Any questions on this? So again, just this will allow it to go back to administration for any amendments, cleanups, things that have emerged since this was published, and then it'll go back on the agenda for the budget debate. Okay, are we ready to vote? Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. Thanks, Mayor Sohi. We're just waiting for one more.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
And that is carried. Councillor Knack?
Yes, next we are moving postponement of 7.3 and 7.4, and that's the more formal wording of that same motion.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Knack, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on postponement.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We're just waiting for one more vote.
Yes.
Thanks. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. And now we do have, can I invite Councillor Wright to make the motion to add the item?
Sure, I would like to add item 7.12, and I believe we're keeping it private?
No, it's
No,
public.
it's public,
It's
I'm sorry.
public.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Salvador. This is adding to the agenda the process for budget so that we can debate that in public here. Any questions or ready to vote? Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, this is just adding it so we can.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried.
And we're just gonna, our team's gonna obviously create this as quickly as possible, and for anybody watching online, we're gonna have it online just as
Sure.
quickly as possible, but happy
So
to
why don't we, because I know Councillor Hamilton, you selected 7.7 just for voting purposes. There is nobody else, so maybe can we just bring that one forward? 7.7 for voting purposes?
we don't even need to bring it forward because it's the next item.
Okay, well,
We can just go back to the regular order of the agenda. and
yep,
as
so
time
7
permits.
points, so let's move to 7.7 while we're waiting for that so that the public can see it. We can come back to this discussion on process. I understand now that there are some questions on 7.7. So can we have the delegation for 7.7?
We're here and we do have folks online.
Okay, perfect. And this was at Urban Planning. This is a report that came up from Urban Planning Committee. So can I just go to the chair of Urban Planning Committee for a bit of a summary?
I wish I could provide one. I honestly can't remember what this wasn't requisitioned. I don't think maybe admin could remind me. How did we get to this point?
There's a
We had a robust conversation. We had speakers, and then I think we ran out of time.
There was a recommendation from committee in terms of related motions that Urban Planning Committee made, that administration engage with city building partners, IDEA, and Build Edmonton Metro to develop builder training for retaining mature trees on development sites and provide an update via memo to council. And number 2, that administration, as part of the update to city policy C573A, complete streets, review and incorporate public trees within local roadways as a priority to increase urban greenery and environmental quality where appropriate in new developments and renewal projects.
I can add that part of that Q&A, there were some questions on tree maintenance after trees are planted. And I did email council that just about an hour ago.
Yep. Okay, so I guess to the chair, typically what they do is they will put the recommendation from committee on the floor so that we can
happy to move
debate
it. Yeah, happy to move it.
So if we put the recommendation from committee on the floor, and so if anybody has any, and sorry, do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. So it can, anybody that has questions, please sign up on the motion on the floor. Councillor Rice, do you have questions, or are you just having trouble signing up?
I do not have questions. I don't know where did you get that since I have questions.
Okay, so I was, the little birdie in the chamber told me that. Thank you. Okay, there are no questions on this item. I will move to speaking to it. Anyone to speak to this item? Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Thank you. I thought about this one quite a bit because, and I went back, I want to say I wasn't at the committee meeting, but I did go back and listen to the committee meeting in full. And the recommendation of committee before us is to expand landscaping securities program. That was not the recommendation of administration. And I understand that the motion is coming from a really good place of wanting to preserve trees and wanting to balance housing development against landscaping considerations, particularly climate considerations. However, something I'm becoming more conscious of is that this council has prioritized housing. In fact, if I were to sort of characterize a theme of this council, it's that we've been almost we've sort of shared a vision in terms of affordable housing. And one of my concerns it's really hard to get developers. I think the zoning bylaw has tried to make it easier for people to build small scale housing, particularly row housing and I'll say small scale multi-unit housing. And one of my concerns is we say one thing and we do another. The lens I'm looking at some of the things that we're looking at implementing is if we're trying to create an environment where we can make housing affordable, which makes building new housing affordable, how are we undermining ourselves in other ways? So this is a place where I feel like we may undermine ourselves in terms of the affordable housing piece. As I look at the motion, and reflect on the debate, there's a discussion of bonds, how securities are returned, how quickly securities are returned. I also looked at the email that was sent to us by the Chamber of Commerce yesterday. And one of the main points I picked up was that a lot of businesses say, if you make it more expensive for us to do business, we pass it on to others. So using that piece of information and reflecting on this, if we are making it more expensive to build housing, that gets passed on to people who need to live in that housing. And so while I strongly support the notion of preserving trees, if we've identified building affordable housing as our number one priority, I think we need to be cognizant of how we might undermine those goals in other ways. And I don't think it's an easy answer or an easy discussion, because I did pick up that one of the issues with not having more securities and landscaping was it required more enforcement. But I think we need to be transparent about what the supreme goal is. So having not heard any movement off of the affordable housing conversation, I'm not supporting this because I think it has the potential to make constructing new housing harder and less affordable for people. So that's why I'm not supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'll just take a couple minutes to say I agree. I know trees are really important. I was there at Urban Planning Committee. I heard the concerns from community, but we are making progress with those securities for multi-residential, and I think this adds more at a time when we need to be taking away. So I agree with Councillor Hamilton. I will not be supporting this. Councillor Jans, to close.
Yeah, I disagree. I think we all want to legalize more housing. We've done that with the zoning bylaw. We all want to see more housing built, absolutely. But when we don't have builders executing to spec, to doing the landscaping, doing the work that is required of them, what that does is effectively downloads the cost of that enforcement and the consequences in terms of drainage, in terms of everything else onto all the other surrounding properties and communities. So we want people to build, but we want people to build according to the rules. We want them to do a good job. And we have major problems that we've heard about from enforcement in terms of getting the right people out at the right time, and that's a big headache. The land, actually, I shouldn't say major. I don't want to be too dramatic here. I mean, the vast majority of builds here are done correctly and done properly, and that's true. But in terms of the ones that we do have complaints about, that I hear about, that others hear about, the challenge with enforcement is an ongoing one, and securities is just a step that we can take to help make sure that people do that and get it done. We heard about other cases where somebody buys a home and they aren't totally aware from the builder, the realtor, whoever, what the obligations are that they've inherited. And this is part of that. So we know that education is helpful, but there's nothing like cash to get compliance. So I would encourage my colleagues to support the motion and continue building on the excellent work that we've done this far.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And I am going to move on to the Wellington Bridge item at this time. Councillor Principe, you selected this item, but I'm going to go to the is the mayor still online?
I believe so.
Yeah,
Yep.
just typical custom. Is there any opening remarks you have? This is an item that came up with a recommendation from executive committee on the Wellington Bridge replacement project, the environmental impact assessment.
I was not at the committee, was vice chair.
Oh, Vice Chair, Councillor Salvador. Oh, who's Vice Chair of Exec?
Councillor Paquette.
Okay, Councillor Paquette. I see you're on the board. I apologize. Are you on the board to provide a little bit of a summary?
I wasn't.
But can you?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
And then maybe put the motion on the floor, the recommendation from committee.
Okay. full disclosure, I missed which item this is.
7.8.
Yeah, okay.
The Wellington Bridge environmental impact assessment. I believe, I don't even think it was selected for debate at committee, actually.
And that's probably why I was lost a little bit. Okay. So yeah, so the recommendation of the committee was that the environmental impact assessment for the Wellington Bridge replacement project be approved. And so I'll put that on the floor. And yeah, I mean, the long and short of it is that not replacing the bridge is going to cost us more than replacing the bridge. I don't know if I can get more succinct than that, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette, for that introduction. And you were on the board. Did you have some questions on this item?
I don't know why I'm on the board.
Okay, fair.
I was making some adjustments as we moved to this item, so that's my bad.
Perfect. Well, it was, thank you for putting it on the board. And do we have a seconder? I realized I don't think we had a seconder on.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. Okay. And then Councillor Principe, I know you did have questions, so I'll go to you for questions.
Thank you. I'd asked my question over lunch, so I was ready to vote on it, but just for the sake of asking in public, Mr. Walbaum, I just wanted to know the purpose of doing this environmental impact assessment. Is it just a routine assessment that we do?
Yes, this would be an area that would fall under the River Valley Bylaw that requires us to do these before we do a project like this.
Right, and there was nothing outstanding or anything to contradict why we would go ahead with this, correct?
That's correct.
Look
yeah,
good. Okay.
We did. Yeah, the EIA found that we are okay to proceed.
Great, thank you. That's it for me.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Principe. Anyone else with questions? Anyone to speak to this item? And Councillor Paquette, any further succinct closing enlightening comments?
Yeah, please vote for this. It's part of the everyday mundane process of making sure we're on the right side of things and saving the city money.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Marsohi. Just waiting on one more vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. And I think we'll go to 711 now. It's item 7.11. We could go to 711 for some Slurpees. No. Yeah, and we have the delegation here for 7.11.
We do. It's me in person and then others virtual.
Sure. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to go. Oh, this one. Okay, so do you have a presentation?
I have introductory remarks, very brief, to bring context to this.
Please go ahead with those introductory remarks.
Okay, thank you. So this report is a budget adjustment to reallocate $35 million to existing provincial grant funding from the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, known as ISIP, from the Valley Line West and the Metro Line Northwest projects to the Capital Line South. So this is not new funding, but a reallocation of provincial funds within the Government of Alberta's previous $1.47 billion funding committed for LRT expansion throughout Edmonton. These funds cannot be utilized for Valley Line or Metro Line due to the grant programs are function in terms of ratios of the costing. So that includes categories that are ineligible and eligible for project expenses as part of that. The reallocation does not affect the current approved budgets for any of these projects and is required for the Capital Line South project to complete the approved scope from the ISIP funding. So administration has worked closely with the province Ministry of Transportation Economic Corridors to facilitate the reallocation of funds between LRT expansion projects. And we just heard last Friday that we have received confirmation that the province had Treasury Board approval, and that's why it's here before you now, so we can make sure. And it's Council's delegated authority for the money move. So that's what this is.
Thank you, Mr. Walbaum. Do we have any questions on the item? Oh, wait, sorry. Councillor Rice, you selected this item. Do you have a motion you'd like to put on the floor? Because again, we are at council, so I want to start with the motion on the floor. Counselor Rice?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So we're talking about the
Capital line extension.
capital line extension. That's
Yes.
that's one. And sorry, there are so many change and then try to. That is a 7.11, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so that must deal with and.
So what I'm asking as the chair right now is, I know you have questions. Are you comfortable putting the motion on the floor before asking questions, since we are at council? Or would you like somebody else to put the motion on the floor before you ask questions?
I can put the motion on the floor, no problem.
Okay.
So would you like me to read or I just move?
Please.
Yeah, so I move that the capital profile 16.66-7018 Capital Line South ART Century Park to Alice Road be increased by $35 million in 2027 with funding from the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program provincial matching funding. So attachment 1 of the Law Members 13, 2024 Integrated Infrastructure Services Reports IIS 02775 remain and private pursuit to Section 21 disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations. 24 advice from officials. 25 disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of the public body. And 27 privilege the information of the Freedom of Information and Protection of the Privacy Act.
I'll second that.
Thank you, and seconded by Mayor Sohi. Okay, perfect. And Councilor Rice, did you have any introductory remarks you wanted to make to the motion?
No, I just have a very quick question
Sure.
regarding this change.
Perfect.
So,
Go ahead.
thank you very much. Right now, if we increase by $35 million, that means the total budget will be changed for this project, right?
That's correct. It'll be increased by 35 million.
Okay, so because the total budget change, is there any scope change will happening according to this change?
Yeah, this project scope that was approved was planning on having these dollars in. It was just timing with the province giving us approval to move the money. So it was all planned as part of it.
Oh, okay, so is part of these not the new funding, is just based on the agreement and then this new money add in and to match the approved scope change.
Yeah, it's money to incorporate into the planned scope for the project that was approved.
So because planned scope has been changed twice, and which actually I received lots of concerns and regarding the scope change twice. And for example, 111th Street, and then the scope reduced from 3 lanes and in each direction, 2 directions and to 2 lanes. So that's actually limited the traffic capacity and for the south area. Is this $35 million could be get that scope back to the planned scope?
Bruce, I'll maybe let you or someone from the team answer that.
Oh, sure. So Councilor Rice, the funding related to the scope that's related to this funding is for the operations and maintenance facility component of the project only. So this won't affect the number of lanes that are on 111th Street.
Because for that facility, we actually changed the scope first time last year. We reduced the scope. Right now, what I heard is this funding and it will allow us to go back the original plan scope.
It will allow us to deliver the scope that is in the revised business case that our funding partners approved.
But revised business case funding partner approved this scope already changed last May and 2023 and for the facilities.
No, the difference between the original business case and the scope change that was approved in 2023 reduced the original scope of the operations and maintenance facility from 70 to 66 vehicles. This funding supports the delivery of that amended scope for the 66 vehicles.
Okay, so it's not the original scope, it's changed the scope.
Right. It is scope that was changed and approved by our funding partners, but this $35 million is to ensure that we're able to deliver that as part of this phase of the project.
So still confusing here, and because we increased the budgets by $242 million and back to in June before summertime, and so right now we increase another $35 million. But I heard with this increase, we still only deliver the deliverables, only still focus on reduce the scope. So to me, it's a little bit confusing. If we reduce the scope for the deliverables, and right now we have additional $35 million, and why this $35 million is not impact the scope. And to me, additional funding and should make sure our scope is not reduced. The last year, and in 2023 May, we changed the scope, council approved scope change because due to the budget. We do not have sufficient budget to build as planned, as funding partner approved planned scope. So to me, there is gap there. I don't know if I misunderstood something, but I see the gap there.
Yeah, Councillor, I can try and add to what Bruce was saying. So we've done a few amendments to scope along the journey of this. And as Bruce said, the current approved scope does not change the reductions to the road elements you talked about. It restores dollars for the requirements of the OMF that'll be needed for the future. And that was always part of the plan of these dollars once the province approved, and that's what this does.
Okay, my time is out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Chair Rutherford. I have a question about funding being taken away from the Metro Line North. But I'm trying to get an understanding as to what this line means. The funding is available due to ineligible project expenditures being included in the approved budgets. So I'm trying to get an understanding of what that means.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, sure, Councillor Principe. What happened in this case is when the projects were originally approved by our funding partners, because eligible and ineligible expenses hadn't been finalized yet, what in essence happened was the government of Alberta overcommitted $5 million to those two projects. And then once the eligible and ineligible costs were finalized, it was determined that we wouldn't be able to claim those costs. So in essence, they committed money to the projects that we're not able to spend. And this is fixing that situation that has existed time now.
Okay, so in essence, this won't be delaying further the Metro Line North. Okay, great.
No, not at all.
Okay, thanks for that answer.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Any further questions on this item? Moving to speaking to this item. Anyone to speak to this item? Councillor Rice, would you like to close?
Thank you very much, and very quick. And that I really appreciate the work right now is going on this project. So the early construction work or the upcoming major construction work will start soon in 2025. I know I received lots of complaints regarding the project, how is moving forward in terms of traffic impact on 111th Street. That is why I asked a question earlier. But I do believe the services provided and to the people who live in South area is really important. And I'm glad to see this $35 million will be in place to make sure our construction will be moving forward as scheduled. Because Edmontonians looking forward to see our city's major infrastructure project will be completed on budget and on schedule. And I know we try our best to achieve that goal. So I think this is good news and for the project. And I believe my colleagues will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Marsohi. 'Sohi. 'Sohi. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And now, just going to check in with the clerk. We have been able to upload all of that and share the new item 7.12.
It's available. I'm happy if you want to discuss it. We can.
Sure. Okay, so I
Yep.
think, well, I mean, that's just the sequence, right?
Yep.
We just finished 7.11, so we'll go
Sure.
to 7.12 now. And so we are now going to discuss our budget process for this fall supplemental budget adjustment. And I'm going to look to the mayor to see if he has a motion on this item.
Would you like me to walk through what's being presented?
Yes, you know what? Because we're just
Just
new
'cause-
to the
'cause
public.
people-
Yeah,
that
no,
nobody knows
absolutely,
if
great,
that's okay.
great. So just hold on one second, Mr. Mayor. Let's do that, because then everybody knows kind of what was just added and what we're talking about. That'd be great, thank you.
Okay, so clerks is just, the machine's working upstairs, we're getting this online. So based on what has transpired in 2022 and again in 2023, what I'm talking about is a document that will be up online just in moments. So the first process would be, or agreement from council would be, that all amendments are put, so everything stated publicly before there's any voting on amendments. It is recommended that everybody starts with the capital amendments first, decreases, then increases, and then you move to operating. And once you're done with all the amendments, finance would then do any final calculations and you'd vote on the main motions as amended. The second process agreement we're looking for is that Mayor Sohi is permitted to make an omnibus amendment or amendments. This is not part of the amendment randomization process that we have used previously. Mayor Sohi would be permitted to make multi-part amendments that include increases and decreases, and council does vote on the mayor's amendments first before moving to amendments of councillors. The third process agreement, assuming the other two are approved, is that the amendment randomization process, and I'm just going to say what we've used in the past, but I'm not anticipating it would require more than 4 rounds of amendments by each councillor. The first would be a draw would determine the order in which each councillor member makes amendments, numbered 1 through 12. Round 1 starts with the council member in position 1. Round 2 starts with the council member in position 4, and so on and so on. The randomization process is a new draw between operating and capital. Happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you for summarizing that for us, Clerk Giesbrecht. So I will go to the mayor now. Are you just putting this on so then the recommendation would be to just put it on for receipt of information?
No, I would like confirmation that council agrees that this is the process.
So the mayor has a motion? Okay.
He could put the motion that the process as outlined in this verbal
Okay,
attachment be approved.
Okay, please go ahead.
I'll move that. Let's see.
Yeah, so we're going to add attachment 1. So let's do
Yep.
that as a quick, sorry for the multiple steps, because we've added the item but not the attachment. So if you could just move a motion to add attachment 1, Mayor Sohi, and then we'll.
Yeah, that attachment want to be added to November 13, 2024 Office of the City Clerk, verbal report OCC 02778.
Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. Okay, so we're voting on the attachment being added. And just so I'm clear for people for process, once this attachment is added, the mayor moves that the items in this attachment, but then other people can make amendments to the attachment, right?
Yeah, that is what's been done in the past.
Okay, I just want to make sure so people know that we're not voting necessarily, you're not approving that attachment at this point. Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And I'll go to the mayor for the motion.
Hey. Can you load it up, Billy?
MJ's just doing her very best to load it.
No worries.
If you could just, that the budget process as outlined in the verbal attachment for the December supplementary operating and capital budget process be approved.
So I'll move
I'll
that.
say that. Perfect. Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. As you just moved the motion, and I know it'll come up in a minute, but do you have any, you have 2 minutes for introductory remarks, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. And this is the process that we had followed for 2022, 2026 4-year budget process, where I had the ability to and the opportunity to meet with the council members one-on-one, and my staff also had offered to meet with all council members one-on-one. And I think this process allows us the benefit that allows for efficiency in deliberations, because if I'm able to, after hearing from colleagues and also engagement, that, you know, there's items that are kind of broadly supported, and then putting together in a multi-part motion allows us for the deliberations to be budget deliberation to be done in an efficient and effective manner. And you know, this has been done twice, and it has worked. I do try to incorporate feedback from all of my colleagues into those amendments, and also amendments are still debated and voted on in public, and council members have also have the ability to amend those multi-part amendments, and we have seen that happening in the last 2 budget process. And so I think having the same process allows me to put together kind of what I see broadly the desires of Edmontonians in as their mayor, you know, that they like to see the budget go in, and the direction of the process and wishes of the Edmontonians. So that's what have been done in the past. I hope they'll be able to do that again this year.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that introduction. I'm going to go to, if you have questions, just sign back up again, but I'm going to go to Councillor Cartmel now.
Thank you. I would like to amend the attachment to delete process 2, which is the omnibus amendment portion of the group of processes.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Sorry.
Second.
Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Seconded? Okay. Thank you. And so now to Councillor Cartmel, please have 2 minutes to introduce your amendment.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to be overly rhetorical about this, but and I don't want to belabor this either. This doesn't have to take the rest of the day, but I, in general terms, would not have a problem with this process. If there's a number of things that we all agree on, then, you know, we can move those things and get them out of the way. That has not been my experience. My experience in the past few years is that I've been presented a list by a member of the mayor's staff, and in more or less a, here's the list. If you like it, great. If you don't, feel free to vote against something and move an amendment. It has not been participatory, at least not for my sake. I've made suggestions. They have not been incorporated into the list. Certainly, I have the opportunity to introduce those amendments or those suggestions, you know, in debate. But that's taking it out of the public realm and into the private realm. I'll note that. And you know, so the process has not been as collaborative as is being presented here. I would also note that when a subset of council gets together and makes a list and then presents it to the others on council and says, you know, hey, this is what we're thinking. What do you think? Or, you know, feel free to amend if you like. That feels like a party process. And I've heard a lot of talk here about how we don't want subsets or parties or one group of council effectively taking control of the agenda and taking us away from what is supposed to be a 13-person consensus table. So I don't support that part of it because it has not worked the way that it has been presented. And so, at least not in my experience. So again, don't want to belabor it, don't want to take all day, but I'd like to see that part deleted. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cartmell. Councillor Hamilton, do you have questions on the amendment to the main motion?
Nope, just to speak, but I will note that there is a, as a point of order, the motion would also require adjustment to process 3, numbering 1 through 13 then. So that's just a point of order.
Yes, good. Good. Would you consider that friendly, Councillor Cartmell? Yeah.
Yes.
It's in the document as a clerk's note.
Okay, perfect. So, so thank you. Are there any other questions on the amendment, Councillor Tang? The amendment to the main motion, yes.
Yeah, so my question's to the mover of the amendment. Yeah, I appreciate your point, and you moving this. I guess I just want to get some clarity because my understanding was that we were all afforded the opportunity to talk with the mayor prior to any kind of multi-part motion being developed. Did you also have that opportunity, or were you only presented with something afterwards? Because that was not certainly, that wasn't my experience, and I kind of assumed that everybody had that opportunity to develop something together.
My experience has been that I've been offered the opportunity for meeting, yes. I've taken those opportunities for meetings. In those meetings, I get presented a list by a member of the mayor's staff. I have not been, it has not been a conversation. It has been a, what do you think of this? Here's the list conversation. That may not be a shared experience. That's been my experience.
Okay, and I guess I'm also just wondering, I think part of this, and I've seen this in other settings. For example, when we do resolutions for Alberta municipalities, a huge overwhelming comment and suggestion for making it a more expedient process is for omnibus style of process. I guess, do you have any alternative to making it a more efficient process beyond removing this part 2?
Well, my experience stems back to 2017 when I was first elected, and while again I appreciate that notionally an omnibus or a multi-part motion might expedite the process. The process in this term has been much longer, much more complex than it was in past years, and than it was in the previous term. This move to a multi-part motion has not saved time. It has not shortened the process. It has not expedited the process, in my view. And it worked just fine when 13 people just took their turn on a randomized basis. So I'm again, I could see the notional benefit, but that benefit is not, it has not presented itself.
Yeah, I mean, I recall our first supplemental in 2021. It was the process as you described, I think. And I'm not sure that necessarily was expedient. But anyways, I think I'll stop there. I don't have a question there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Any other questions on the amendment? Or any other friendly amendments or anything? If not, we'll move to speaking to this amendment. And I know Councillor Hamilton was on the board to speak to it. But I see a few others, so I'll just wait for that list to. So Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Okay, I was not expecting to go first, but that's okay. Yeah, I understand where the councillor is coming from one point of view, but from another, I think I disagree. And I just want to be clear. The omnibus motion, to me, and that's in my experience, has been, I think, 180 degrees from that described by Councillor Cartmell. And I think that's obviously the strength of council, that we can have completely different viewpoints and debate them and come to something better. To me, I felt that it enhances our process. by consolidating the non-controversial items we all agree on, we free up valuable time and energy to tackle the more complex issues. My fear is that those complex issues actually tend to be arguing over $2 or $3 to exaggerate a little bit, but be that as it may. Removing the omnibus motion, I think, risks bogging us down in prolonged debates over these minor items where there is already consensus. And I just don't feel like that's efficient governance, and it doesn't serve the public interest. We've heard that concerns that the omnibus motion could diminish collaborative input, but this approach to me was the opposite. I think that as a functioning person in my role as a councillor, I've been able to approach the mayor's office and say, hey, here's what I'm thinking about. And quite often we actually disagree. And in that disagreement and in that conversation, or vice versa, they'll come to me and say, here's what we've been thinking about, or the mayor will say, here's what I've been thinking about. And sometimes we agree, quite often we don't, which I think is a good sign of a healthy democracy. And in that conversation, we find a better path forward. Look, it's part of the debate, and I think there's an argument to be made that, like, if you're having that conversation outside of council, then is it truly transparent? But the reality is that we do this all the time, and then we debate the final iterations in public, because you don't want to debate the entire process through a budget meeting from inception of an idea to the end, because it doesn't serve the public interest to hear every permutation of every idea. I think what this does is it allows us to slice through all of the extraneous stuff and get to the meat of the matter of the things that we'd like to debate. Now, if there is ultimate disagreement with what the mayor puts forward after that conversation, then you make amendments. Then you actually have that debate in public on that omnibus motion. And so I think everything is still completely transparent. So budgets can be complex. They take a long time to debate. I think this one should be straightforward. We don't have a lot of money. We want to cut some dollars. We want to cut that tax rate down. And if this is a way to expedite that and still have that robust public debate, which we will, then I'm in favor of it. I liken this to anything that any of us could do with a motion that we're developing. Generally, if it's a big motion, any one of us will go to all the colleagues and be like, this is what I'm thinking about. Here's my rationale. What do you think? And then the motion gets developed and put on the floor for public debate. That's the way it works. And it has worked. And that actually isn't much different than what we did in the previous term. And I just feel like this is maybe a bit more organized. Now, I may be in the minority on this opinion, but maybe not. And, you know, I think it's no secret the mayor and I have had our own personal frictions, probably generated mostly by me, and the process still works. So I find that I would like to move forward with this, so I won't support the amendment, but I do understand the perspective. I just haven't shared it, experienced it, so I can't really argue in favor of it, because my experience has been that even with disagreement, we're able to have very healthy conversations. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of the amendment for a number of reasons. I take Councillor Cartmel's points well, that it hasn't always been collaborative process for everyone, and that and it to be honest, it has felt baked at times. And if you're on the right side of something being baked, then that's great. But if we're talking about transparency and working things out in the room, I think that that there is something to separating out motions. I think one of the, having seen it both ways, and I take Councillor Tang's point as well, that the first year was maybe a little bit messier than we'd seen in previous years, but what the challenges I find with omnibus are that you are often tabling disparate motions. I've found in the last few budgets, we end up voting, like separating them and voting anyways. So it does require a number of members of administration to be present to ask questions. It's not something we all agree on. They're not unanimous, although sometimes they are, but they do get separated out. And you still have members of council asking questions on different pieces of the motion. So I, in fact, don't find it to be expedient for time and don't find that it hastens the voting process. I also think that there's a bit of an equity issue. I don't think it's particularly fair that the mayor just gets to table stuff that gets to be unanimous or near unanimously tabled. In past, this has happened where members of council will table something that doesn't merit debate and kind of gets put through. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. And it allows members of council to champion their own ideas. So I think that we tried it one way through a couple of budgets. I think it's worth revisiting a more equitable way, a more equitable approach. This is just a budget adjustment, and it sets council up with, I think, a different perspective going forward into the budget update that will come after the election. So, so those who remain can speak with some authority on which process they really preferred, having seen it both activated under a mature council. So I will be supporting the amendment, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, I won't be supporting this amendment. I like omnibus motions. I think they're clean. I think they remove duplication. I think it forces people to talk to one another, and I think that's really, really important. One of the proof points why I think the process worked last time is Mayor Sohi successfully worked the hallways and talked to everybody and found something that would come together to put something together, and it passed and would have recommended an 8.7% tax increase. After that, I believe there were two additional motions, I think actually by the mover of this amendment, I think it was Councillor Cartmel, that further increased the tax levy to 8.9%. So obviously, ultimately the 8.9 did pass unanimously by everyone. But Councillor Cartmel noted, hey, I think there's some more things we should be paying for here. And he added that onto the bill. I don't think the mayor actually supported those additions. I think Mayor Sohi would have been happy to leave it at 8.7%, but Councillor Cartmel said, nope, there's something missing and we need to add it. Brought it to 8.9, but then the 8.9 did pass unanimously. So there, I think, shows the iterative nature of this. But I've been in too many situations like this where we have too many different people going different directions, not talking to one another, and then it's just sloppy. I realize there's the ego temptation, like, oh, I want me to be the one to move the thing, and I want me to be the one to get the political credit for this cut or this ad or this change or whatever. And then you have councillors jumping on each other to get to the mic, and that's not fair. This puts the we ahead of the me. This takes the ego out of it. I think that's really important. It's focusing on good collaborative decision making, not somebody's concern for chasing their own headlines here.
I'm going to call point of order. Sorry, I'm going to call point of order. I think we can't assume. Sorry, thank you.
Sorry, what is your point of order?
I think we're straying a little bit.
Let me restate. No, sorry, we've paused your time, Councillor Jans.
I think
Councillor Knack has called a point of order.
Yeah, I think we're straying a little bit. Sorry, you go ahead.
So please let me ask Councillor Knack what his point of order is, and then as the chair, I will make a call on that point of order. So I just want to be a little bit more clean. We'll do this in sections, and so nobody else needs to jump in unless I call on you. Please go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Thank you. I just think we're straying a little bit too much into the motivation of the mover, and I think that's a little bit too. I get part of the point, but I think suggesting motivation and suggesting ego is part of that is not necessarily a fair comment to put on to the mover of a motion?
I
don't-
will,
I don't disagree.
sorry, Counselor Jans, I haven't,
go
I
ahead.
haven't come to you yet. I'm making a ruling on the point of order. I would agree. I think it's strayed a little bit too far. That being said, I'd also like to make a point on the record that there was also misinformation in the speaking to it, that one of the amendments post the omnibus was not made by this particular counselor. It was actually Counselor Stevenson. So I want to clear the public record that both of those amendments were not by the same person. But so please continue with your speaking to it, Counselor Jans, but just please keep it to the topic of the amendment and the process. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, actually, that strengthens my point. Then that shows that there were two additional counselors who thought that something else needed to be added and then added to it. It wasn't just one, it was multiple. And the fact that that passed, that shows that even an omnibus is not the take it or leave it, that there's actually changes that can be made to it. So I think it's important that, you know, that this is, we've all spoke against why we don't like political parties, but it's important to note that this is not political parties. This is just good governance. This is what I was trying to articulate with the we part, not about the movers' motivation, but the fact that, you know, we are all passing a budget, we are all passing a decision of council that we all have to stand behind when it passes and justify. And this solicits buy-in. This process, I think, is yeah, it's smoother. It's not the final piece here, and I think that if others have more, they can add to it, and I think that's really important. I don't recall. I'm trying to go through my notes here, but I don't recall anybody after the omnibus making further reductions or other changes either, apart from the two that we mentioned. So I think to suggest that this is baked or what, I think that we still had a very robust budget discussion. I think it serves Edmontonians better, and this allows more focus on the what we are doing rather than the how we are doing it. And yeah, I commend Mayor Sohi for being the first mayor to do this. I don't think Iveson did this. I'm not sure if Mayor Mandel did, but I think that's a testament to bringing everyone together and soliciting feedback and listening and doing that. And I'm happy to support the main motion, and I won't be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Mayor Sohi, I apologize. I thought you were the mover, but we're on the amendment, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. First of all, I would like to apologize to my colleagues who feel that I missed the mark on collaboration, because over the last 3 years, I have been trying to be as collaborative as humanly possible, spending hours and hours of my time, which is my responsibility, to build a relationship with my colleagues and to understand the needs of different wards. And through that process, trying to incorporate some of those aspirations and those needs into the multi-part motion that I have prepared. And information has been shared back and forth, and changes have been made based on that information, trying to build as much consensus as possible. So if some of my colleagues do feel that I missed the mark, I am sorry for that, because that's not my intent, and I will try to do better. And I have next week numerous meeting requests that I sent out to councillors' offices to meet and discuss the budget, and so I hope that you take on that opportunity and we can sit together and figure out a desire to move forward together to focus on the priorities of Edmontonians, that they want us to work together, that they want us to, they expect me to kind of provide that citywide leadership in the role of the mayor to advance our shared collective goal of advancing, building a great city. And so I will continue to do that. You know, I remember our collaborative conversation with everyone when we were developing OP12 or, you know, snow and ice budget or advancement to the bus service. You know, there has been quite a bit of collaboration. I hope that we can take this process again because it streamlines the process, and there has not been any subgroup meetings. I think I'm sorry if some people feel that way, right? I have met one-on-one with everyone who had, had the time to meet or willingness to meet. I feel that it is actually equitable process in a way that I represent 1.1 million people as mayor, and people expect that I kind of take that leadership role in these budget discussions. So it worked really well in the 4-year budget process, worked really well in the last budget process. I am hoping that will work well in this process too. So I would encourage my colleagues to not support the amendment to my motion, and I would encourage people to support the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. So while I will, while I don't want to support the amendment, I do want to speak a bit to it, and because I appreciate that if we have folks whose personal experience has not been what was just described, I can't at all fault them for wanting to support this amendment, right? And that's very justified feeling if that's what's for those that have had that experience. So I just want to acknowledge that. I think that for me personally, similar to Councillor Paquette, I found that it's been very much a discussion, not anything else, but. And I'll just speak to this particular year because I'm not in the city next week, and so when we finished the public hearing earlier this week, I had a chance to sit down with the mayor and actually just share what I was thinking about. The mayor had a chance to share his thoughts, very much open-ended, no request for any specific voting of any way. But again, I'm hearing that folks aren't all having that same experience, so. Appreciate why folks would vote yes. I think the one thing I'll just come back to, and part of why I'm comfortable with this particular approach, even just looking at last year's multi-part, and while it was sort of split, of the 15 amendments, all 15 were approved, only 5 of which weren't unanimous, and of those 5, one was a 10-3, 2 were 11-2, and one was 12-1. And which suggests to me that through those one-on-one conversations that there did seem to be some general alignment about where folks wanted to go. And so from an efficiency process, that felt like it was efficient. But again, I don't want it all. My desire to vote no to this is based off what appears to have been a system that I think did deliver the outcome that we were seeking. But I very much respect and want to just appreciate that folks, not everyone felt that way. So while I won't support it, I just appreciate where that's coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great, thank you. I wasn't going to sign up because I think some of the other councillors cover my points, but I thought I wanted to just maybe highlight I recognize when folks feel like they're being left out of process, that at face value, it may feel like party politics. And I actually disagree with that. I'm just looking at Harvard Law School, and the way they define consensus building is that it's a process involving good faith effort to meet the interests of all stakeholders and seek a unanimous agreement. It's an approach that allows groups to reach an overwhelming agreement among relevant stakeholders and maximize possible gains to everyone. And actually, you know, consensus building doesn't happen very often anymore because we tend to fall back on negotiation and you know, majority rule. And I think the fact that this council has strived towards consensus building, I think, is a positive approach. And I don't, you know, in a lot of what I've seen with different organizations, whether it's government, public, or private sector, tools like omnibus multi-part amendments, they're not uncommon governance tools either. And I also think, you know, I appreciate the comments that's been shared about folks not feeling part of the process. And, you know, I recognize, the Mayor, you've apologized for that, but I also think it's a two-way conversation. And when we're presented with options, we can choose to be participatory, we can choose to be collaborative, or we can choose another way around. And given that, you know, we've now gone through the budget adjustment process a few times, I feel like we are continuously sharpening and honing the process. Despite each year we're faced with multitude of pressures and challenges, we're never going to agree on everything, but processes and tools that strive towards consensus as much as possible, recognizing we'll never get to 100%. And I think we've even seen some of the blocks, some of the voting patterns are actually all over the place because we are not along those party rules and approaches, and moving towards, I think, as much consensus as possible, I think is always a positive step. So I won't be supporting this amendment, and I just wanted to speak to that aspect a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice?
Thank you very much. I listen this conversation really carefully, and I really appreciate Mayor's comments with great intention, and how as a leader, and then try your best to work with your colleagues. So I am going to support this amendment for some reasons. At first place back to 2022, when we debated the process for the omnibus to deliver city's 2023-26 budget, if my memory is correct, and I'm one of the councillors voted against this process at the first place. So past 3 years, right now we have implemented this process for the few years now. I agree with my colleagues, Councillor Cartmel and Councillor Hamilton, and then I have similar experience with them. So I appreciate the great intention, but sometimes, and then between the intention, the great intention, and experience, there is a gap there. So the gap, and even though, and then in certain ways, and I speak to myself, I may spoke to Mayor, I addressed certain gaps. And however, I did not see the gap is filled in the way to really everyone and the 12 members of councillors feel the same way. And this is one reason I agree with this amendment. Another reason I would like to talk about our councillor law. Our councillors, I know we have different hats at different occasions, but one of the most important law is representative. As a representative for the people who actually put the trust and believe on us, and for us to represent their voice in council. And then I get the point, and from my colleagues talk about the consensus building, but I do not say the consensus building is the number one priority in terms of decision-making process, because we are here to represent the people who trust us and believe us. We are here to provide the services and for those people. And with that fact in place, our process should reflect each counselor and how they represent the people, the word. I do not say the process we have been used in the past few years really emphasize that point. So that is why I would like to see some change to really emphasize, focus on that representative voice and to reflect. I know our votes could reflect that point, but how this process leading to that vote also need to reflect that process as well, reflect that point as well. So that is something I would like to add to the many good points and from my colleagues speak here. So I'm not going to repeat other points and my colleagues talked already, but I really hope, yes, the process has two ways. And in terms of the last years, the votes for the unanimous vote for the budget, and because there's specific reasons there, and in the private, we cannot talk about. That is why it ends up as a unanimous vote. And then it's not about the process itself. So I want to point that out as well. And if it's know that limitation there, I would totally vote against the budget and last year. But last year it ends up unanimous, voted for the budget because there is specific reason there we cannot talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair for a sec?
I have the chair.
Or I guess I could have given it to the mayor. You've got the chair. I also wasn't going to speak, but I feel like this is a great conversation. And this, again, I think speaks to the richness of the diversity and the dynamics of this council. I think there was just recently a vote, even this morning, that was like Hartmel, Jans, Sohi, right? Like people that, like there's not party lines in our votes. We do have so many times where we vote in very diverse ways. And that's where we represent our constituents. But I think that we have to remember that we're not just representing our wards when we're at these tables. We actually took an oath to look out for the best interests of all of Edmonton. And that sometimes means compromise. There's been times where what, yes, would have been the best thing for the ward I represent specifically would have been something different, but through consensus building and through the collaborative process and understanding of the needs and desires and wants and wishes and issues and challenges and values that my other councillors are hearing from their constituents allows me to make a better decision on what's the betterment of all of Edmonton as a complete whole. Edmonton isn't 12 distinct areas or districts, if you will. No, just kidding. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help myself. It is a tapestry along the way. And so I think it's really important to recognize that, and I really heed what the mayor said because, he has a heavier weight on his shoulder than any of us do. Like we all look out for the betterment of Edmonton, but he has 1.1 million people that he has to be accountable to. At the end of the day, I don't have that same level of accountability. It's just the truth. It's the way our structure is built. And so he has a heavy weight on his shoulder, and I hear that. I also hear some of the things from my colleagues, Councillor Hamilton. You know, I heard some of your comments, and I know there's been times where even with the omnibus motion, there's one thing that I really wish I didn't have to support, but for the sake of consensus, I've supported it. Even, you know, speaking of, I keep belaboring on it, but speaking of the last, since the last speaker just brought up about the unanimous vote at the last budget debate, I feel inclined to say, like, that was me also conceding to consensus, because I was very tempted to vote no to that budget because of all the amount that was going to police funding formula, when I haven't supported that in the process. And a lot of the things that were the drivers, both amendments post the omnibus, I voted no to, as examples as well. But I still voted yes, right? Because this is, at the end of the day, not about me. It's not about our wards. It's about Edmonton. And I think the process that we have in place, and that is being suggested before this amendment, helps us to have those conversations and really reflect and learn and understand all of the challenges we're all experiencing. So I won't be supporting this amendment on the floor, though I do completely understand. And I am tempted, because I do like the idea of one thing that Councillor Hamilton said that really resonated with me, was having the ability for councillors to be able to kind of say what they stand for by putting amendments on the floor and doing that. And that really resonated with me. But even with all that, I think weighing it, it's expedient. We've already heard from our city manager, there's concerns about time. Or not concerns about time, but thinking about his staffing time, and if we need extra time, he would need to have staff prepared for that. So with all of that said, I can't support this amendment. I will take the chair back.
I return the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel, to close.
Great, thank you. Well, my goodness. I am reminded of the four-year budget conversation. And actually before that, the 2021 election, where I spent a lot of time talking about what I was calling Committee of Supply, which was effectively having all the city departments come to council during the four-year budget and present their budgets, and having the opportunity to go through it line by line effectively. A zero-based budgeting process that I campaigned on 4 years ago. And so when we talked about the omnibus, then I offered that up. And I suggested a 10% change to the operating budget. That became OP12. That became not an operating budget, but some sort of weird, bastardized combination of multi-year totals and not operating budget amendments. And it was largely ineffective, because the other thing I said was that I thought that should be reported to council and not through administration. And I said that, and I don't want to pick too many scabs here, but I said that because of the 4 years I spent on the previous term talking about things like 1, 2, 3, 4% cuts, or prioritized budgeting, or a number of other budgeting things that we talked about to try to get to, frankly, where we are now, having the conversation about a structural problem with our budget. I recall a late evening budget deliberation where motions were passed, budget amendments were passed, and then reconsidered because some didn't like what the others had put on the table and didn't like that they were passed. And so we got into this rather vindictive exchange of reconsiderations on amendments passed. And I remember that, this spring, where we were right up against a timing issue, where if we did not pass the budget, we were not going to be able to proceed with our regular processes of issuing notices, issuing essentially calls for dollars to be paid. And we were going to run into a potential problem where the city wouldn't have the dollars it needs to continue functioning. And I remember being up against that sort of Damocles and being told that if anything was moved to reduce the budget, then we could expect that same potential vindictiveness around reconsideration votes on particular projects. I remember some conversation that certain councillors were approving and voting in favor of budget increases in 2021, simply to vote against a budget. And I remember hearing about reconsideration motions to reduce those dollars that never came my way. Never got a chance to vote on those things, but they were rumored, but they were not discussed. All of these things that I've just outlined happen behind the scenes. And they become, now, when we have this conversation, they become he said, she said, they said, reporting on what actually happened in the conversations in the bunker, or the conversations that were supposed to happen in one-on-one meetings, or the conversations that were supposed to happen collectively to save time. They aren't part of the public record. And that creates a problem now because, you know, it's essentially a matter of, well, who do you believe? So here we are. What is the conversation going to be like over the next few weeks? And so going back to the facts of the matter, the meetings I had in the most recent multi-part motions were not with other councillors of the mayor, they were with staff members. And I'm not sure how staff members are part of the budgeting process. I'm certainly not sure how staff members are part of the budgeting process behind the scenes. That does not seem right to me. The intentions, I'm sure, are pure. The intentions to be more pragmatic, the intention to use processes that are used in other places to save time, to take the things that we have general consensus on and move them off the table. Sure. Until it doesn't actually happen that way. Until a subset of council is actually running the behind the scenes agenda without the scrutiny of the people that we serve. So that's why I've offered this. I still fully intend to participate to the extent that I am permitted to participate in any of the conversations that happen behind the scenes on multi-part motions. And I still intend to make amendments if I see any. The point is well taken, I would say, that there's not a lot of money, so there's not a lot of choices. But I will participate in every way I can in as objective a way as I can. But this is not a good process.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
Hold on, point of order, Madam Chair.
Yep. What is your point of order, Councillor Paquette?
So I didn't want to interrupt the councillor, but in that statement, there was an inordinate amount of rumor mongering that cannot be verified. And I believe that was definitely beyond the pale. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay.
No need for a response.
Well, I think as a chair, there's always a ruling you have to make when there's a point of order, correct? Council to the clerk. Do you have to make a ruling on a point of order?
What's a ruling on? I'm not sure what he was. What's he asking for? What's the decision to be made?
So I think to correct the record. Is that what I'm understanding, Councillor Paquette?
That would be helpful.
Okay, so he's asking, just so I think if I'm understanding your point of order concern correctly, it's that some of the items in the speaking to it cannot be verified and so it leaves it to speculation. Is my understanding correct?
That is correct. Ascribing actions to other councillors that cannot be verified. And if there was a complaint, it should have been brought to the proper process. Otherwise, what's to stop me or anyone else from making up things and stating them in the public forum on record?
Okay, I take that, and I will go to the mover. Do you have any? Sorry, the person that the point of order is against.
Well, this isn't the first time that Councillor Paquette has taken exception to something I've said publicly.
Well, it's the first time that you said something that I must take exception to, Councillor Cartmel.
Just wait, no, please.
So what I have said is that this is precisely my point.
Mm-hmm.
So your point is to engage in bad action
So am I going to get a chance to
alleging
respond?
bad action?
Okay.
Okay.
That's it. Fine.
Okay.
Either
So Councillor Paquette, I was giving the person that was speaking that you called the point of order on a chance to speak before I made my ruling. Please let them.
My apologies.
That's
I
okay.
just found it.
Yep, no, that's okay. Just let him please have an opportunity to speak.
So I have described my experiences. I can show you my campaign material that describes the things that I campaigned on. I can show you the meetings that show who attended those meetings. Some of the other stuff that I've ascribed to, yes, is conjecture. That is exactly my point. That is exactly my point. These things are moving into private. And to be more correct, they're moving out of public. And that is wrong. That is my point. I can't prove these things because they're not part of a public record. And quite frankly, Mr. Paquette, you weren't at those meetings when those things were said to me. So,
Councillor Cartmel, you're missing the entire point. This isn't about your experience. This is about what you said on record here that it cannot be proven. And so please try to separate the two concepts.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna rule that the person spoke to their experiences. The public can determine if that was something that they're concerned with. But what I would say is we all need to heed more caution. This is now the second time in a very short period of time that we've had 2 point of orders. There was another comment made about, things being vindictive, for example, in the last statement, that would be the same concern that was brought up as a point of order when Councillor Jans was speaking before. So we do have to, as the chair, I don't want to have to keep having these. We need to be more mindful of decorum in general and postulating about anybody else's on council's intentions, period. So I will kind of give, my ruling right now is a warning. It won't be a warning if there's another one. Thank you. Please vote.
No.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Just wait, we have all the votes.
Please display the votes, and that is defeated. We will go back to the main motion. Any questions? And so this is again that this will remain the 3-part process as outlined in attachment 1. So I'll wait for the list to populate if there's any other questions. We don't use the raise hand function in
I'm so sorry. I'm just
decorum purposes, as I was just mentioning about decorum. Would you like to go on the board, Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, I am having issues with my e-scribe. I'm so sorry that I am just can't access my e-scribe. That's why I use that. Maybe I'll just raise my hand and you can acknowledge me and put me in the list. So I'll go after Councillor Stevenson.
Sorry, Councillor. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So Councillor Stevenson, you have questions on the motion on the floor?
No, I'm sorry. Just a point of order. I was present for the last vote and wasn't able to cast my vote, which is fine. I just want to be able to vote on this.
Sorry, we didn't have a record that you were in attendance, Councillor Stevenson. What would you like us
apologies.
to do? No, that's okay. What would you like us to do? Do you want us to recall so that Councillor Stevenson can vote?
You want your vote noted on record?
I'm fine to just vote on this motion.
Okay, then we'll just keep it as is. Okay. Okay. You're to speak? Yeah. Okay, and then so Councillor Stevenson, no other things, and I think Mayor Sohi did have some, he's saying he's having trouble with e-scribe, so I'm going to go to Mayor Sohi.
No, thank you for accommodating. I am so sorry for this. I just need one clarity for sure. So if this motion passes, we will follow the same process that we followed for, say, for the multi-year budget in 2022, right, Eileen?
Yeah, so just for clarity, there were multiple versions approved and then reconsidered. So what I've taken is the final version that was used last year. So the process that's in the document, Mayor Sohi, is the one that we would use if this is approved. And I'm happy to recap it in case you haven't had a chance to see it in detail.
I just need one clarity that,
Sure.
which means that as we were able to do in the last process, that I will be able to put forward a multi-part motion and I'll be the first one to go, right?
Yeah, so just to recap, so everybody has the same understanding, all amendments related to capital and operating increases and decreases would all be tabled, Mayor Sohi. And that would include yourself, which could have a multi-part motion, and you're the only one that's permitted to include increases and decreases in the same amendment. You are not part of the randomization process, and once all the amendments are put, council will vote on yours first for operating, then we'll randomize the process for operating, or for capital, sorry, we'll do capital, your amendments, randomize the capital amendments for council, and then do the same process for operating, if that helps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was my understanding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So any other further questions? No. Okay, and Councillor Salvador, just to speak to it. Okay, any other questions? Okay, Councillor Salvador, I'll go to you to speak. If you'd like to speak, please sign up.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just wanted to speak briefly in support of this overall process. I've been reflecting on some of the things that have been shared by colleagues, but also reflecting on my experience when we've used this process in the past. And from my perspective, it has been very effective and has worked well in previous budget processes. I think from an expediency and efficiency perspective, there's an expectation, as was discussed earlier, that councillors are doing their homework and coming prepared to our meetings. And I think that the proposed process not only supports that, but actually encourages it and still allows for full transparency and rigorous public debate. You know, I was also reflecting on how rare it can be to work with someone who is so deeply collaborative and consensus driven when it comes to governance and decision making. And I see that every day in our mayor. And I think that is reflected in the proposed process in front of us, and is also reflective of what I've experienced in previous processes where I have been openly engaged by the mayor and his team. As you know, as a first-term councillor, I think there are many examples of times where there's been both agreement and disagreement, but I've always felt fully respected throughout those times, and have felt that the door is always open for conversation, and that extends beyond just this budget process. So, yeah, fully support the process that's being put forward, and would encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Mayor Sohi, to close.
No, I'd said majority of the things I wanted to say in responding to the last amendment, right? And I have been reaching out, will reach out again, and absolutely always open to meetings. I have in my 3 years have never said a no to a meeting from any council member whatsoever, right? Yeah, sometimes staff will reach out and share information to council members and to assist me in those conversations. But it has been my practice to be as collaborative as I humanly can, I said earlier, and I will continue to follow that process, and I will continue to follow that process to honor the commitment of this motion, if this motion passes, to reach out and try to figure out the various needs of the city and areas and try to put together into that multi-part motion. So that's my commitment to those who feel that they have not been as included, and I apologize for that.
Thank you. Please vote.
And I'm yes.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I think we're just waiting on one more vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. I know we're right up at 3:30, but because the other items that we have when we come back from break are in private, I'm just wondering. Yeah, but I'm just wondering if we should go in private. We
Yeah,
should
we've
move in
got
private so that when we come back, we're in private.
What about 8.1?
Oh, 8.1.
And we still, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I've missed 8.1. I apologize. Okay.
And we'll
No,
do-
we'll do that when we get back. Okay, we are on recess till 3:46.
And we can approve the motion on 932, please.
Yep, we
Cheers.
will when we come back. Okay, on recess. Okay, Counselor Wright. Roll
Yes.
call.
Good afternoon.
Counselor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Counselor Principe.
Hello?
Counselor Stevenson.
Good
Counselor.
afternoon.
Oh, I heard a hello. Counselor Paquette.
Hello.
Hi. Counselor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Sohi. He's
I believe he's going to be absent for
yeah,
this.
do the rest of this. Yep. Counselor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Counselor Hamilton. Counselor Salvador. Counselor Cartmel. Counselor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Counselor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm just confirming quorum.
Yeah, if the counselors online can keep their cameras on, you have quorum, but
Okay,
otherwise I only
please,
have
if you're
4.
online and said hello, can you please turn your cameras on? Counselor Hamilton, Paquette, Rice, and Jans, please.
We've got 6 that I can see.
Fair warning, I'm going to be chewing a little bit. I missed lunch.
Yeah, Counselor Rice, can you please turn your camera on? And same with Counselor Jans.
We now have more than quorum.
Okay,
We're
perfect,
good. Thank
perfect. Okay, perfect. And now I'm going to go to Counselor Principe. I had to move the recommendation in 9.3, please.
Thank you. I'd like to move that the presentation from the November 13th, 14th, 2024 Office of the City Manager Verbal Report OCM 02766 be added as attachment 1, and that the December 13th, am I reading the right one?
The one that's on the screen? It's no.
Here, okay. Let's start over again. I'll move that the presentation be added as attachment 1 to the November 13th, 2024 Office of the City Manager Verbal Report OCM 02766, and that attachment 1 of the November 13th, 2024 Office of the City Manager Verbal Report OCM 02766 remain private pursuant to sections 21, 24, and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and that the pre-budget submission priorities as outlined on slides 15 to 17 in attachment 1 of the November 13th, 2024 Office of the City Manager Verbal Report OCM 02766 be approved for advancement to the Government of Canada.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Rice. Please vote.
Councillor Cartmel, are you in the meeting? We have 11 votes.
Please display the
I'll
votes.
show them absent.
And that is carried. And we are going to go now to our bylaws. So we have one bylaw that I know there was questions on, 8.1. So we have the delegation, if there's questions on 8.1 available. But there usually isn't presentations on the bylaw, so I'm just going to go to the person that's, what are all these people on the board for?
We didn't actually do that.
Oh, okay. It's like
people might have been enthused.
Councillor Principe, you selected 8.1, so I would go to you for questions. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Rutherford. Yes, I do have a question about the underground local improvements. I'm just wondering what kind of improvements are being done here.
To answer the question, it's the sanitary water main extension for the Falcon Towers. Falcon 1 is the building that's complete and Falcon 2 is not yet started. And also the storm and sanitary service connections for both tower. And all trench work and surface restoration related to those.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and then to administration, the This is for a local improvement tax rate, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that will not impact the tax levy.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Those were my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Jans or Councillor Paquette, are you on the board for questions on this item? And I'm seeing no from.
No, I
Councillor-
shouldn't be on the board.
Okay, Councillor Principe, are you comfortable with moving the bylaws?
Yeah, I'll move closure of the bylaw
We're not in a public hearing, so you don't need to move closure, just.
Oh, of course I don't. You're right. Yes, yes, that's right. I'll move bylaw 20969 for first reading.
Second.
Okay, please vote on the first reading of bylaw 8.1.
We're just waiting for one more. We got all the votes?
Please display the votes. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of bylaw 20969.
Second.
Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
I will move consideration of bylaw 20969 for third reading.
Second.
Councillor Knack seconded that. Just stay consistent with, yep, we'll just stay consistent. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
And I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20969.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And so now we will need a motion to move in private on item 9.1. Should we do 9.1 and 9.2?
That'd be helpful,
That
thank
would be
you.
quick, because I know they're very different
Yeah,
allegations. Okay.
thank you.
So moved.
So moved by Councillor.
Subject to section 24 and 25
So we're moving into private on 9.1.
and 27.
No, just 24 and 25, because we're only moving in private on 9.1 right now.
And 9.2.
Oh, I thought you said only to do them, okay.
Sorry, please
Yes.
include 27.
Yes, okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. Please vote to go in private. Sorry, Councillor Principe, you had a question? Oh. I saw your name on the board.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. We'll just give you a few minutes to get the delegation for 9.
look after a few things here.
And we're live on the web.
Perfect, thank you. So on 9.2, Councillor Cartmel, can I go to you to move the motion?
I put it in the chat.
It's just up on the screen there.
It's fine. I will move that attachment 1 be added to the November 13th, 2024 Office of the Mayor Verbal Report, that the actions outlined in attachment 1 of the November 13th, 2024 Office of the Mayor Verbal Report be approved, and that attachment 1 of the November 13th, 2024 Office of the Mayor Verbal Report remain private pursuant to sections 24, 25, and 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes. Thanks, Marsohi. Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And then, then Councillor Cartmel, can you also do 9.1?
MJ's just sending it out.
Yeah, I will move that the November 13th, 2024 Employee and Legal Services Verbal Report, ELS 02738, be received for information, and that the November 13, 2024 Employee and Legal Services Verbal Report, ELS 02738, be in private pursuant to Section 24 and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Second.
Okay, please vote. That was Councillor Wright that seconded. I think I heard your voice first.
Yes.
Thanks, Marsohi.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And then we'll be laying over, that is carried. And then we are laying over 10.1 and 10.2. And I am aware of a notice of motion from Councillor Hamilton. Would you like to do your notice of motion?
Yes, at the December 10 City Council meeting, I'll move that or at the next regular City Council meeting, if that's a more accurate way to put it, I'll move that the City of Edmonton endorse a resolution supporting advocacy on the Canada Disability Benefit to move forward via the Federation Canadian Municipalities Annual General Meeting in May 2025.
Thank you. Are there any other notices of motion that I'm not aware of? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.